It seems we have a guest with an intriguing destiny. This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter.
Good job, King. Which prime? Good morning, Night City. I guess doing this fine evening. I'm so used to saying this fine evening that I just said it and it's like fucking 10 o'clock in the morning. Can you believe this? Kahi thinks of the tier 1. 30 months. Big. Appreciate. Nice big round 30. That's true. GD Panda thanks for the prime. 45 months. Big Santa. Good comment. Good comment. Oh, we jumping? Yeah, we're jumping. How are you even awake? I spent some time at the Relativos, and they are human beings who have something that is known as a sleep schedule. And so I had to adhere to it. And so I woke up at, well, closing in on almost being able to see in the distance somewhat of a normal time. Right? My family aren't vampire wizards too. No, this arcane power that I wield was not born, it was made. It builds character. When you learn the ancient traditions yourself. Anyway, update. I fixed a thing. I fixed the what do you call it? Hold up. Give me some fucking generic ass synthwave, please. Look, I fixed the thing. See? Do you see? Can you see it? Anyway, I fixed that shit. Look at that. The visualizer, or the equalizer, I mean. It works. Nice. There we go. It doesn't capture the mic like it used to because I rerouted the sound, unfortunately. But it does capture the desktop audio. Big if true. Let's get that visualizer in a tray. Nice. And because we are chilling, there is no cam. I don't want a light in my fucking face right now. So we're using the ogre. We're using Mr. Sandwich Ogre in the bottom right and a little HeyWoah radio in the upper left. I hope you don't mind. I'm just doing some random waystones here. Really what I'm trying to do is get a bunch of waystones. I just want a bunch of them. And I'm leisurely kind of meandering around the map here. Oh yeah, I need to put a thing in there. I gotta put a thing in there. One of these boys. Expedition encounters, breaches. I think I want breaches, right? Yeah, let's put a breach in there. Breaches are fun, you know. I'm on the charge game. Look at this thing. Look at this one. Oh, geez. It's got a boss, it's got a breach, it's got curses, it's got higher level monsters, and it's corrupted. I'm going to save this one for later. This is going to be one of the 15s. I'm doing low level ones for now, just like collecting stuff and chilling out, essentially. How was your guys' Christmas? Christmas. I had a normal one. A pretty normal one. Topaz ring, no thanks. I'm looking for the chaos rings, actually. Brother, you're looking pretty huge this day. Yeah, that's what the guild shit says. The guild mega heroes. Oh, you can't see it because all the chat is in front of the way. But when you log in, it says, "Brother, you are looking huge today." From our 2 weeks of very fun Space Marine 2. That shit was hilarious. That game. It was a good. It's a good 3-week game. That Space Marine. You kind of run out of content in that game kind of quick, but making your guy look completely awesome is fun. They did it. Pretty good over here. Totally surprised your son with a PS5. Damn, base dad PS5. Holy. It's kind of a good one. Big win, big boxes of ogres and gits from friends and family. Nice. Spicy ketchup, guru. How are all the volume levels? I think maybe the gameplay could be louder, but then again, I don't want to like blast it. What was that? You can like kind of hear it. I feel like a little bit of diegetic is alright. Possibly the music's a touch loud. I might tap it. I might tap it down a little bit. 2024, big year for fun with the boys games. Yeah, actually true. People kind of complained about 2024 for being a pretty bad year for video games in general, which is probably true. But it did have some good with the boys games, I guess. GD Panda, what kind of games you got for that? What kind of games you got for that PS5 coming in? I haven't really been a console gamer, and technically kind of ever, but I admit I don't know what's going on with the console stuff nowadays. The last console I got was a PS4. And even then it was, I can't remember what game I got it for. But it was mostly like a supplementary for PC. I don't know, there was some exclusive or something, I can't recall. I wish you could control the direction of this charge, but then again, I don't know, kind of I don't. It's sort of funny that it goes where the fuck it wants. It's like the Mako. It's just zooming. If you run into a creature, a lot of times you won't run over him. If you run into a wall, you'll just like scoot in a random direction. Which is admittedly kind of funny. Tier 4 Waystone? Ew. I'm looking for a little better than that, actually. Your son is also a staring nerd, so he was excited to be able to play the Paradox games, CK3 and Stellaris, on his own machine rather than needing to borrow the PC. Good man. To each thine own. And so, as is often the case, a lot of times, if you give your son a PS5, it's kind of like you're giving yourself an entire computer instead of half of one. Like, you have a computer, but really you don't get to use it as much as you want. And so getting your kid a system is sort of like giving each of you an entire system. This doesn't diminish it, it's just a perk. Or not, maybe it's more of an observation, really. Worst car, the Mako or the Helldiver 2 car? Well, the thing with the Helldiver 2 car is that it is purposefully bad. And I don't know that the Mako was on purpose. I think that thing was just a mistake. Ahem, had to use the cough button there. I'm gonna still say the Mako. Ooh, Superior, we picked those up. I was also excited to play Fallout 4, but hey, youth, yeah, no problem. If they're excited to play it, then that's half the battle, you know. Like Arcane Signet level. Yeah, what a mistake. The Arcane Signet. That'll never not be funny to me. Depending on how many colors you're in, there's between 6 and like 25 artifacts for 2 that tap for a mana that are like remotely playable. But printing 1 more, that was a bridge too far. Completely a mistake. Do I play it in my mono blue deck? No. Do I play it in any of my green decks? No. But it's a mistake. It goes in everything. Auto include, am I right? Damn. I wish these were armor base. I mean, they didn't roll well, but you like to see 30% move speed for once. I appreciate that part. Bloodborne is worth it alone. Oh, true. Can you play Bloodborne on PS5, Jorvenvoyer? We'll just run that one right away. Big magic pack size. 10 additional packs of transcended monsters. Increased number of monster packs in areas, patches of Burning Ground. Look, Burning Ground is kind of annoying, but all those other things are net positives. Sounds good to me. You can play Bloodborne on PS5? Hell yeah. If you have a disc, you can. Okay, that's the rub, huh? Man, this one has a bunch of shit. And a breach. I'm doing it. I'm not, like, going for any specific thing. I'm just meandering around the map at this moment. I finally cracked on my solo self-found experience. Although not for like a principled reason, just because I think it's more fun to find your own stuff rather than kind of, you know, I don't know. I feel like Trade League a lot of the time is like typing in cheat codes into a game. It's like really fun the moment you're doing it, but it shortens your enjoyment of the game by a lot, since the whole point is loot acquisition, right? Unless you're really goal-oriented, like you're here to kill the last bosses and fuck off, you know, then like it makes a lot of sense. But I'm not on a high horse about it. Ooh, Golden Charm, you love to see him. I bought one thing. I purchased one item with an exalt. It cost me 1 exalt. And 1 exalt is just fucking nothing. Like, they rain from the sky, these exalts. I bought 1 helmet, throw steel. This cost 1 exalt. It gives you onslaught, which is 20% skill speed and 10% movement speed. 1 exalt. Like, okay, fine. But no more, I say, no more. It would be too tempting. I haven't even put anything in it because you can't take out gems. And since you can't unsocket stuff, I don't want to put something in it and regret it, you know. Drop the fucking anchor on him. Anyway, it took a while for me to crawl my way back from removing my helmet for resist and stuff, but I managed to do it. As long as I'm using a shield. That, in fact, it's the shield that we saw drop on the last stream. I haven't found a better one yet. But it's working. A rarity. Did you see Crip's video about armor? Yeah, I did, and I saw his follow-up video as well. He's assuming that it is working like, or at least somewhat similar to like how it works in POE 1. Which maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I saw his follow-up, but he wasn't like hyper-specific about it. Now, I preface that in that way because the things he's saying make a lot of sense, and it seems correct. And I just fell through the ground, and now I'm back up. Okay, no problem. New game, new bugs. We're good. Alright. Man, that brought me back to pressing charge in World of Warcraft. Falling through the world. Anyway, yeah, I agree. I didn't know it was as bad as I thought it was. Armor. I get why, though, in a certain way. But I don't think they're going to fix it. Or I think, rather, the fix is a fix that people might not like. Because you compare the 3 types, actually 4, I guess, but really the 3 ways to mitigate damage. And I say mitigate even though I'm going to include evasion, which is not mitigation, it's avoidance, but bear with me. You have armor, dodge, or rather, armor, evasion, and energy shield. And armor only works against physical damage. So right off the bat, it's not very good. And then you have avoidance, which works on everything. And then you have energy shield, which works against everything. And so before you talk about anything else, one of the mitigations only works against physical, the other 2 work against everything. So it seems like it's the worst one right from the get-go. Before you get any of the math, before you talk about any mathematics. If Crip is right about the math, it's even worse, you know. But even if he's not, I think it's quite unbalanced, you know. And then the specific values you can get to, obviously you can get to way too much energy shield. But I think they're going to tone that thing down rather than buff armor. I think armor is probably where they want it, and the other 2 are the ones that are going to get balanced. You know. And I think it's because there's a dodge roll in the game. Because there's this dodge roll, I think what they want you to do is they want you to dodge hits. They put this thing in the game, right? And so they want you to be able to get one shot, and they want you to have to press that button and not get one shot. And so armor probably shouldn't be able to save you from literally everything, right? Or I should say, the one-shots, which kind of feel like everything when that's what you care about. Like, for instance, I have 83% armor right now with this buff up. I got myself to 90% just to see, like, I decided to just stack armor and see how much I could get. And you can get to 90%, that's the cap on armor. But there was virtually no discernible difference between 75% and 90%. Because the things that don't kill you won't, and the things that will kill you still will. So I'm just like, yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. This additional physical damage reduction thing on my shield is probably worth more than 15,000 armor. Or 15,000 additional armor on top of whatever, you know, I started with. What do the kids call it? I didn't play POE 1, PDR, right? Physical damage reduction, I think. With their linguistic perspicacity. Ooh, superior, we picked those up. Alright, I'll come back to you. Come back to you later. Is this hardcore? No. This game crashes on my computer roughly once every hour. Okay? This game crashes once every hour. For me. I ain't playing hardcore under those conditions. And also, I just got stuck here and died. So that would have ended it, and I would have had no excuse. No thanks, no thanks, no thanks. You should play hardcore then. Why would I want? Actually, I don't know. I need someone to explain hardcore to me, I guess, in games like this. Recovers 28 life when used. Charges, no thanks. For instance, like, if I was playing hardcore, I probably would have taken that situation I was just in a little more seriously instead of just rolling around. But still, I would have lost like 100 hours of gameplay and I would have had to start over. Why would anyone want to do that to themselves? I suppose it's a challenge, right? Everybody likes a challenge, you know? Santa in Rise of the Guardians was huge. You're not wrong. You always start as hardcore. If you die, your character just switches to softcore with different instants of bank gold. Oh, is that true? Table grapes? That makes a lot more sense then, to me. If you die in hardcore, does it switch to softcore then? And now you live the rest of your life as a loser, but you don't like lose the stuff, you know? Is that how it works? I think that's cool. If that is how it works. I actually can't see where I'm going or what I'm doing. I'm pressing charge. That's what I'm doing. Can I leap over there? I can't. Okay. I'll pull the lever. Can confirm. Okay, well that's cool then. I mean, you've essentially changed my mind. Because the only downside for playing in hardcore and dying is that your character becomes a soft core loser after that, but you still play him. You don't actually lose, you just lose the achievement. You don't lose like all your time and your stuff if you don't really want to, you know. Then that's fixed. It's like a funny challenge you get to start, see how far you go, and then if you die, it's like, all right, yeah, I'm a loser, but I keep all my stuff, I guess. In that case, yeah, it's fixed. I no longer wonder. It's not like D2. Okay. Yeah, because I didn't play POE 1. I don't know if it's like that in POE 1 as well. But in D2, you just become like a ghost. Hi, folks. Wait, PS5 is backwards compatible. This changes a few things. Yeah, you'll have to ask GD Panda about it. He just bought one. The only thing for a PS5 that I have is the controller, because I really like the PS5 controller. I find it to be a comfy-ass controller. It plugs into a PC and works just fine. I use it on PC to play games that honestly work a little better on controller, which is plenty of games nowadays, you know. One thing hardcore probably does is get you to take the gameplay a little more seriously. Probably, you know? Because I find at a certain point, I'm just kind of running around and I'm like, yeah, that thing might kill me, but it probably won't. We'll see. You know, and that's like the attitude. And maybe that kind of lackadaisical lack of self-preservation is just like bad, like it creates bad habits maybe. It's the old gamer lean in, you know? It also has precision haptic feedback. Different parts vibrate at different strengths depending. I'm like trying to read chat and something's attacking me. Iron hilt. I'm really looking forward to the release of this game. This is the best 30 bucks I've spent on a video game in quite a while. Especially after that Diablo 4 business. This is like a way better game, and it's not even out yet. An emerald, sure. Expert Forge Maul. Are you good? Hold on. 109% increased elemental damage with attacks. With certain builds, that's really good. Reduced attribute requirements is good for people that don't have a billion strength. This thing could be good. This thing could become good. All it needs is percent physical. I might keep it around. Attacks is your main hand attack though, right? Not all attacks. Yeah, so there's like a build of warrior that uses molten something or other. It's like a ranged build that throws molten crap across the whole screen, and it technically counts as an attack. So this would be like good for that build, I guess. I tried that build out a little bit, and I found it fun, but it felt like I was playing half of a druid, you know? It was like, damn, this is cool, but it feels like I want to have minions in front of me while I'm doing this, and I'll just wait for Druid to come out. But it was fun, and probably it's maybe the best warrior build, I'm not sure. The Molten one. It's good for clearing, I guess. And he uses Perfect Strike, I think, for bosses. Do you ever try out Lost Ark or Last Epoch? No. I haven't. Just had to take a sip. I'm one of those super old guys that played Diablo 2 for a million years. Alright. And then they came out with Diablo 3. And that game sucked, but I could sell equipment for $250, so I played it for a long time. And then they came out with Reaper of Souls. It was better, but still, like, so different from D2 that I was, like, permanently frustrated. It was like a arcade mode, trillion numbers. The screen was full of everything. Like, it was the direction I didn't want it to go. And then D4 came out, and all their systems were god-awful, like, foundationally. And so I'm like, damn, all their systems and itemization is terrible. I don't think they're going to fix this. And then they didn't fix that. And then they came out with an expansion that I didn't buy, but I heard bad things about. But as far as other ARPGs, I just kept going back to like, oh, I'll just play D2 if I want to play a ARPG. And I'm sure there were like good ones. I just missed them. Like I didn't play POE 1, for instance, and everybody said that one was really good. Kind of a steep learning curve maybe, but you know, it's a grinder game. You're supposed to have infinite systems to interact with. You're over here still playing Gauntlet Dark Legacy? Dude. I don't know if I played Dark Legacy, but I fondly recall Gauntlet. Man, when will that red wizard ever get his food that he needs badly? I used to play that in the arcade, and you'd get like a little credit card that had your character saved on it. Also, I tied an onion to my belt, and then they invented fire, right? Okay, so you guys are here, huh? All right. Bless whoever said that. That would be Chorf Enjoyer. And I don't like Chorfs that much, but I like a man who's consistent. And if he likes old crap like Chorfs, and he likes old crap like Gauntlet, then you know what? At least you're consistent. All I'm really looking for a lot of the time. I'm gonna die here. I click the thing. I can't get out. I can't roll out. Door's stuck. Door's stuck. All right, we're good. We're safe. Okay. I'm not even going to ask why you can't roll out of that. I knew you couldn't. I had the information. Dark Legacy is one of the best games, and someone should do a re-release. Says Pyre. Alright, you got some fans, Chorf Enjoyer here. Have I missed anything here? Possibly. Way over here. One of the main complaints I'm hearing from this game is that there's a lot of backtracking. But I don't think there is. It's not that there isn't backtracking, I just don't think there's a lot of it. I mean, on most maps, you have to kill the last few elites, okay? And sheer chance, you are going to have to run back and kill like one of them. But they tell you where they are. You just beeline it right to them. And the fact that you're running through an empty room for exactly 14 seconds, you know, on your way to a thing that it tells you where it is on the map, I don't see the complaint there. It's not Den of Evil. You just have to kill the elites, right? They show them to you on the map after a little while. I think we're always in danger in an ARPG of getting rid of everything so that it's just instant click, go to the next, instant click, go to the next. You know, I think we're in danger of removing everything from the game that isn't exactly clicking on something. Like if it showed you where the elites were right when you logged in, you would just run past all the monsters and kill them, right? It would change the gameplay. I think in maybe a bad way. Alright, what you got for me? Not dead yet. I mean, If I rolled another fizz, that's something, I guess. I'm not trying too hard on that one. 45, 410. This is good. Stun threshold isn't even a wasted stat either. What this needs is... I don't particularly need lightning resist. It doesn't have max life, it doesn't have strength, and it doesn't have fizz damage reduction, so... But still, like, you know... Shit isn't that bad. It's a green one. Ooh, one more green one. I can make a new green one. What is this game? Path of Exile 2. It's very good. I really like it. It's in early access. It's $30. When it comes out, it'll be free, quote unquote. If you like ARPGs and you can't let go of how much you like Diablo 2, Path of Exile 2 is probably the best you're going to get next to the remake of D2 that they made. I'm very enjoying it. But then again, I didn't play the first one. So maybe the first one is also good. $1,000 armor, huh? Armor max life, reduced attribute requirements is a waste. Lightning resist is okay, and stun threshold, huh? Behemoth shelter, huge. Spirit 12. Have you enjoyed playing the new game, and would you recommend it? Yeah, I would. I've been enjoying it very much, and I would recommend it. But you have to be a certain type, you know, a certain type of person likes ARPGs and like the endless grindo games. You have to like that kind of thing. This is like hella overused, you know? Alright, it's finally dead. We can let that one go. And this one's finally dead too. We can let that go. Good. I didn't want to keep them. That being said, I might as well keep this one around to put in the thing. This one's like almost good. Same here. What was I talking about? Some of the region dude things with a tier 3. Big tier dude. 48 months? Big nut stonks. True. Absolutely true. Can I start crafting some? Alright, we got 3 of these. We got 2 12s and 11. We got another 7 here. I will be able to build this. We're climbing the pyramid scheme. Climbing the pyramid scheme of wapestones. Wait. Must have miscounted. Alright. It's a Bureau Blob. Good name. Bet this joke is not at all old by now. What joke? The joke of saying hey and then like the second half of my screen name? I am not sick of it. You know, like it doesn't bother me. No, it's a good one. I don't know, man. If your name like rhymes with something obvious and you have chosen that name, you've kind of chosen to hear it, to hear about it all the time. You can't get annoyed at people for stuff like that, I don't think. Well, I suppose you still can, but I wouldn't recommend it. I could do some of these 12s, though. Let's do 12s instead. Those are more fun. What is this? Magic chests, magic pack, temporal chains, that makes me slow, I hate that. Monsters deal more lightning damage. Well, okay, I mean that hurts, but whatever. Your real life name has a similar joke in it in your native language. It's gotten old by now. I'm sure to you it has, yeah, but you can't really take it out on people. Temporal chains. Well, I don't like that. Stop temporal chainsing me. At least I get gold. What else we got? Max player resistances. Yeah, alright, that'll hurt. That'll hurt. Hey, let's go get killed. In a breach, waystone, big one. Yeah, let's get smashed. They get hit. Waystone. Anyway, I really wonder what they're going to do with this thing. Hey, Expert Forge Mall, don't mind if I do. Because what their intent clearly was we're going to go halfway between like a Diablo 2 and a Dark Souls. Because they give you this dodge roll, they make everything do a whole bunch of damage, they make the bosses hit really hard and have a bunch of, I don't know, the bosses have like phases and moves you have to memorize. They're trying to make the boss fights like a big experience, you know? And the game to be really deadly and stuff like that. And slower than your average. And they very succeeded doing that for the first 3 acts of the campaign. And then you do the first 3 acts of the campaign again in the cruel difficulty, and you're kind of blasting in cruel. You're kind of just one-shotting everything, for the most part, in cruel. And you get the maps, and now I'm zooming around and killing the entire screen. And the way that most classes kill bosses is by generally two-shotting them. Instantly. And that can't be their vision, because they spent so much time and effort making the bosses admittedly really cool. And fun. And like kind of hard sometimes, you know. And then you get yourself a little gear and you just one-shot all of them. And I don't know if that's their goal. Like, we did it. This is our vision. Our vision is for you to skip all of this work we did to make this thing cool. And just completely skip it. So I don't know if they're going to nerf stuff by like 1,000,000,000% or buff all the monsters, or if you can even do that now that the cat's out of the bag. Players have a taste of one-shotting stuff and zooming around the map and killing the whole thing. A lot of times when you give players the power to do that and then you take it away, they're like never happy again. What's the explosive strike? So, do you mean at the end of Stampede? So I trigger an explosion when I break armor, and I break armor when I stun. And I stun when I hit anything, basically. And I also have like an innate aftershock chance. I have like various innate aftershock chances when I slam, and the final hit on Stampede is a slam. And as you might notice, I've taken basically every AoE node on the whole tree. Almost. I've done almost nothing but take area of effect everything so that I can blow up the screen. I'm not that great on bosses, but I'm not really fighting bosses right now. And if I want to, I'll switch something up maybe. And weirdly, basic attack seems to be the best for single target. Or the best, like, compromise, I suppose. Because it's our only fast attack. Everything else is too slow on the warrior. Can I leap over here? Yes, let's go. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. And so I'm using the only warrior ability that has you run somewhere. Even though it's kind of awkward sometimes. Like sometimes I clicked over here, but I just ran sideways because it considered the monster to be some kind of wall. But hey, that's the price you pay. You can roll out of the early part of this. Like I can roll early, you know? And there's a little delay, as you can see, to start up. But once you're in the final slam, you can't roll out of that thing. You can only roll out after you're done with the slam. So a lot of times you do the final jump to do the final slam, and you're standing on top of a million things that are about to explode, and you're just like, yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead in 1 second. I can't do much about it. People say warrior is the worst, slowest, arguably squishiest class. Like, just bad. And I think technically they're right, but I'm still enjoying myself. Which is pretty nice. It's cool when even the stuff people say isn't very good is fun. I know monk is really cool. I was watching, I don't know who it was, Al Kaiser maybe. He rolled a monk. And it looks sick. Like, monk looks really cool. Your main damage, I think, is like freezing stuff. So that's so good for your survivability. To be just default accidentally freezing things. I recently changed my leap attack button. And a lot of times I try to leap out of something and I just stand there because I press the old button. You know how it is. It's either freezing or shocking, depending on what you build. Okay. I've seen a lot of the freezing thing. I haven't seen people do the shock, but I haven't been looking around either. And what is it? You summon the bell, sometimes 2 bells. And they stun shit and you attack a million times. It just looks cool. Big fan of the monk. I've seen some rangers. Mostly I see them like just melting bosses. I haven't seen many of them try to map. I'm sure they're good at that too. Ranger seems really good. I've seen a bunch of witches with their minions. And that shit is super good. I have one. I have. It's like level 20. I rolled it to play with the mods, and it's like playing Elden Ring when you get to summon things. You know, it's like if you want to play the game, but be in no danger at any point ever, then playing a minion witch is the way to go. Can I just run through that? Nope, I run into it and then the charge ends. Okay. Good to know. What a wasted breach that was. Have you messed around with improved impact hits on BCR? enough to move the needle are still just too fragile. I think it's kind of a game changer to be able to do damage. What I think it pushes us towards, Schorfenjoyer, is playing the cheapest monster we can. Because nothing else the monsters do is worth anything. And so you just want the cheapest access to guaranteed mortal wounds. Which is a little sad because I don't have a lot of Stonehorn Beast Riders. But it's a big deal not to always fail with that, I think. I might get a game in next few days on stream and see what the new changes have wrought. And it being on TTS, it'll be very nice. I just have to copy paste a whole bunch of Beast Riders. Easy. And because they did the sub-lieutenant thing, you don't have to be like 5 drops anymore. You can go with, I believe, what is it, the Huskards that you can put inside of the Frostlord bin to lower your drops if you want. I don't know that you can still go 2 drops or not. I'm going to have to build a list. Anyway. I think it'll be a meaningful change. You can really count on that. It's nice to be able to count on that kind of thing. Instead of like, well, I have a, 1 in 3 chance this does nothing and then the game's over. Versus 4 mortal wounds minimum. So I know what to plan for, for this assault. I should say mortal damage. Man, am I still saying mortal wounds by accident? I guess that's what 8 years of saying mortal wounds and then them changing the name will do to somebody. First time chatter, Froggy Zero. You've got the Ironjawz Christmas box. Should you bring Hacking Crew, Gouja, or just a big boss because it's cool? Hacking Crew, Gouja, or a big boss? Man, I wonder if Vince is lurking, because I know he plays Ironjawz. I don't think I know what's good in Ironjawz right now. Good, we can trash that one. Good, we can trash that one. And this one's already trashed. Nice. Yeah, I'll keep 3 blues of those, and then maybe 3 yellows of this, and I don't think I want Temple Malls. I don't have great Ironjawz advice. Maybe someone in chat does. Froggy Zero. Oh, Vince is in chat. Hey, you should build the middle pig non-hero with the side dudes, he says. Okay. Straight from the Mega Boss's mouth here. He says you should build the middle pig, not the hero one, and it should be the one with the side dudes. So there you go. That's the one to build. Although I should say that they did recently change the funny, clever use of game mechanics that was performing a charge without quite performing a charge. You can't do that anymore. which I think is a proper change. It's just kind of a sad one. Ahem. Sorry, I had to use the cough button. Oh, I think I have... Oh, that's 2 9ers. Okay. Man, these things are a pyramid scheme, I tell you what. This thing, get out of here. Oh, a big 12, big yellow 12. Good afternoon or before noon, other hemisphere people. I call it under noon. But that's the first time I said that. You mostly just lurk and listen while playing or doing other stuff. That's what we're for. No big deal. The show with you and Vince about destruction was great. Thanks. Yeah. That one was a little short notice, but I think it worked out just fine. I thought it was a good show. I wrote a little thing for the beginning. We had some good chats about destruction. And the funny thing to me is we didn't pre-discuss many things, but us both kind of being familiar with destruction, we could both just say stuff. And we really converged on some ideas. And one of them was, we both basically agreed that Cruel Boys, out of all of Destruction, was the faction that was closest to getting it right. Or like, probably Cruel Boys is the success story here so far in GA Destruction. I mean, they're not perfect, but they're probably the closest to getting it right. And then they showed the new Orcs book in the and the Cruel Boys. They like swept the leg on all that, and we're like, well, fuck me, I guess. Hey, all right. All right, we got a going to take a lot of damage one here. I'm mostly avoiding the boss ones because I want to do those on 15. And I'm just kind of exploring at this moment. Let's go to an oasis, shall we? Trying to collect waystones here. Oh, finally an open map. How nice. I think it's cool that you can like purposefully choose or choose to avoid different map layouts. Well, not really layouts, but biomes maybe. I don't know the word for it. It's like, I like the beach maps because they're open, or I like the forest ones because of this or that. And you can navigate a little bit however you wish. Big man, still big sick. No, I just had the cough, that's all. I'm not even sick anymore. I just had the cough. Can I leap over this wall? No. Alright. Then I'll go around to this trunk. they were saved by that one pillar. True line of sight. I like the aftershock things. I wish they would proc more, but I gotta... Oh yeah, that's right. You know, I was thinking, I gotta do my 4th ascendancy. I never got around to it. I've been like collecting little orbs that allow me to try the 4th ascendancy, and I haven't went and go did it. I tried it one time in the one that's extra hard, at least for me. There's a there's like a time boss at the end of it. And it was the first time that I'd seen the 4th. These guys keep standing up, so there must be a resurrector somewhere. Anyway, it was the first time I saw the boss, and it was also the first time I saw the extra rooms with the new traps and everything in them, and so I ended up getting hit by a whole bunch of stuff trying to learn what they were. And so I reached the boss basically with 1 hit left, and I'm like, alright, well this isn't gonna happen, but at least I can see it. And I'm gonna need like a boss build or something like that, I think. Or I could just do the 4th Ascendancy in the Chaos Trials, which you need a lot more luck, I think, on that one. Whatever debuffs you happen to get picked are really impactful. I didn't mind it that much for the first Ascendancies, but the fact that you have to get the stupid things to drop to even try it was an annoyance. But I guess that's what they mean when they say they want the game to be hard. Like, here's a boss that you have to learn his patterns, and you'll probably instantly die the first time you fight him. And you have to grind for a long time to be given the honor of attempting him one time, and if you lose, then you have to grind all that stuff again. Then again, I don't know if this is going to be really the end game that they're thinking about, because there are another 3 acts that are coming out on release as well. So we'll see what we're missing. One thing you thought about, Gustav Siren. If destruction was changed to life, how do you feel about Sylvaneth? They're part of Order, but isn't Alariel the god of life? Maybe you're missing something. Yeah, that's a pickle. You know, I could explain it away in a variety of ways. That would all seem a little bit excusey, you know? For instance, yeah, Alariel is the god of life, but she has sided with the colonists and broken from the realms, you know? Maybe that's an angle. Marathi is the god of murder, so shouldn't she be in, like, whatever, you know, destruction? And yet she's with Order. Almost instantly die. Oh geez. Yep. This is the damage. I think I had like actual 1% life left at that initial. Xenomorph could easily not be Order also. You would not mind. I suppose you'd have to... I mean, they really... Lore-wise, they work together just fucking constantly, so you would have to... You'd have to square that circle, which is probably even harder than hand-waving a... Yeah, it's the GA of life, but she sided with these, and so that's it, you know. From what your mate told you, the trees are pretty savage and not fond of Outlanders. Yeah, that's true also. It's, what is it, the most warlike incarnation that she's ever had. Dreich's existence. They're not like the... They're not like the super peaceful kind of life stuff. Everybody is war, right, in Warhammer. In TTS games, you would say Alariel is almost as good at killing Skaven as the Skaven. I think maybe things have changed, but from my last tournament, right after the Sylvaneth changes, I thought Sylvaneth was terrifically scary, power level wise. I'm like, Sylvaneth is really strong. I don't think people are respecting it enough. Maybe it's because not enough people are playing it, or I'm just wrong. Or there are a lot of good armies and they're just one of them. Those orbs explode if you run through them, so you have to carefully run through them and then have them blow up. There we go. Oh, let's go, another 12. Big, alright. This has been a very lucrative map. A lot of waystones gathered. They're good, but hard to play properly. Maybe that's the balancing point. Oh, a yellow 12? Huge. Big. You think they're good once they get their combos off, but if you don't or aren't good at positioning and utilizing the tools, you lose a lot, I suppose. Maybe that's how it should be. I'm often concerned with... There's like a type of balance that is most notably seen in fighting games, where you'll have this overpowered character. And it seems like their goal for him is, alright, here's a character who, he's got just the best moves. And on paper, he's the best character. And so we'll balance it by making it really hard to play, and he'll have less hit points than he should. Like his HP is low. His HP is low and he's hard to play, but he's like the best. And it's kind of a dangerous proposition. Because a lot of times it means, especially in tournaments, that he's simply the best character and there isn't a downside. Because if he's hard to play, whatever, like the tournament players are good. They'll just get good or be good already and play it. And it's not so bad when you don't have a lot of life. If your moves do so much damage that it makes your opponent feel like they don't have a lot of life either. And so maybe it's just even. What is it? Claw is like this kind of historically. Where he's really hard to play and that's fine. Or like a Coomer, who's really good but he has a low life total. Or what is it? Seth from 4. Leroy Smith. Dude, fucking Leroy. Alright, now we'll just pick up stuff to sell for money.
Good job, King.
Oh, Fenrian, hey, thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate it. 28 months. Sorry, 29. Big. Good comment. Finesse was it called? Yeah, maybe Finesse. Could you be good? No. Automatically already bad. But I'll make you yellow anyway. So that I can combine 3 yellows and get something cool. Damn, this shit sucks. I should wait until there's naturally 3 like almost good yellows. But, you know, here we are. Puppet type characters requiring a math degree to play. Ooh, puppet type characters. Oh yeah. Definitely more so in the anime fighter genre, but for sure the puppet types. Alattack is a big prime, 12 months. That's almost a year. A big year, he says. Good comment. Three 12s. 2 8s. Ooh, all right. A 6, so we can combine these 2 6s. I actually have another 12. I got. Which one do I want to keep? 16 additional packs, 26% monster rares, additional strong box, 40% increased damage, triple projectiles, and 50% less cooldown rate. Well, if I want Waystone drop chance, 345%. Jesus. Well, I keep joking about how I'm going to die, but this one, we're saving this one, and I really will get killed by it. Holy. What is this? Okay, it's only a 4, but look at all this crap. Dude, this is hilarious. Alright, I'm keeping that one. We're going to do that one. It's funny. You got to do the funny ones. There's a 13. I think I have a quest for a 13, yeah. So we'll do a 13 later. And then this 2. I mean, I'll keep this 2 just to do like a tower with it or something, or one of the little ones. Alright, you 3 that are bad. What if you became a new one? A new yellow. What do you got for me? It's trash. That's okay. I'll keep you here and we'll play the same game all over again. Don't worry about it. You don't know if you're a doomer modding too hard, but you feel like the ogre changes did not change anything. Well, what they did change was we now have guaranteed damage outside of the combat phase, and that's strong. We're still very easy to kill, and aren't very good inside the combat phase, and don't really have any tricks or anything, and our prayers got easier to cast, but they still suck. Anyway, we still have all of our other problems, but being able to do guaranteed high quality, if not high quantity, of damage outside of the combat phase is still very strong. Now, because the monsters are all bad, it just means that you choose the cheapest monsters with which to deliver those mortals. That's good. I don't know if the army is good now. I don't think it is at all. But we're good against like elite blobs, I suppose. We can do guaranteed mortals. That's a big deal. How high up is our win percentage going to go? I don't think very much. So if that's what you mean by moving the needle, then I maybe partially agree, right? Damn, look at all these bosses. I'm going to save these 3 for later, I think. And we'll do the one... We do the funny one. I'm going to do the funny one. The one with so many affixes, I don't even want to read them. Look at that. Increased movement for monsters. Increased attack speed for monsters. Cast speed for monsters. ×2 freeze, ignite, and shock for monsters. It's only a 4, though, so maybe we won't die, but we might still die. You still can't find a job for Mournfang? Yes. So the Mournfang finally went down in price, which is correct because they're not good. But foundationally, the problem with Mournfang is you can't build an army around them. That's the problem with Mournfang at the end of the day. If I wanted to sum it up as quickly as I could. You can't build an army around them. What are you going to give them? In what way are you souping them up? You know. Can you build an army around Vanguard? Yes. Why? Because you could put all your buffs on them. You can give them 3d6 charge. You can... They can support like an army around them. For Mournfang, none of your buffs land on them. I suppose they're kind of like prospectors that bully other prospectors, but the problem with... Well, the thing about prospectors is they're supposed to be 100 points, give or take. That's what kind of makes them a prospector. You need essentially 2 things. To cost 100 or fewer points, and to be fast. In a nutshell, that's what a prospector is. If you got other stuff, like cool, like flying, or a teleport maybe, or a way to scoot out of combat somehow, or maybe like a debuff, just... If you have icing on the cake, well then cool, but basically you got to cost 100 points and be fast. And so they don't do that. Maybe they're like an anti-prospector, but that's not a great job to pay that much for, even though their price just went down. I think the big success story is Gorgers. I rather like them when their points go down. Which is what I said in the review. I'm like, when I looked at Gorgers, I'm like, I'm ready to really like Gorgers. 260 I felt was kind of crazy talk. Like way too high. But if their price got under control, I rather like what they do. They got a little ambush, you know? They do a decent chunk of damage. Their armor's made out of paper, sure. But... I kind of like what Gorgers are doing once they're already on the table, and you ignore what you paid for them. So those guys are, to me, those guys are a big win to go down. I clicked in down here and it went straight up. That's charged for you. You kind of bounce off of stuff. $240 is still a lot for Gorgers, I agree, but they're going in the right direction. And a lot of times the GW, even seeing, it's like driving on the highway and you see, oh, in 30 miles there's an exit for gas. That's a great sign, because I need gas. And it's better than seeing a sign that says no gas next 50 miles. We're not there yet, but I'm pleased we're going in the right direction. I probably shouldn't be wasting all those materials on things that I know are bad just to put them in the pyramid scheme box. Yeah, I probably shouldn't. Alright, make a note. Don't do that in the future. Continue to be conservative with my funny casino resources. I kind of wish the crafting in this game was more deterministic, but I get the impression that it's not, specifically so that trading can be a thing. One of the downsides, I guess, to a bunch of crafting is that you lose the Christmas spirit. And that is seeing the present, you know? You kill the boss, and the epic item drops, and you're like, there it is! That's what I was looking for, the Stone of Jordan, and it finally dropped, right? You don't get that in this game, at least so far. You get a thing where it's like, oh, okay, yeah, this is the base I want, and it's trash. Well, I could spin the wheel at the casino to see if it's good. Nope. Okay. Like, you never get the... This item drops and I know it's good because it was the item I was looking for. You don't get that. Because you're kind of like crafting all your stuff out of other stuff. Which is a little sad. I guess it gives you more ownership. You feel more ownership over your gear. Because you like built it in a certain way. Out of randomness. I don't think this is even a complaint that I want them to change. It's just like an observation, I guess. Leftover meatballs and a sub sandwich of smoked Kalamata olives. It's nap time. Hey, alright. Alright, I saw all those scary affixes and I thought I was maybe going to die, but it turns out this is a 4. And so... You can put as many affixes you want on a 4, I guess you don't die in a 4. Unless you do. Oh, we got meteors coming down? Shit. Give me that. Bro, you died to that? Wait a minute. Precursor tablet. Thank you. Is there any reason to dual wield two-handers? Like, do you get both weapon damage when you hit? Yeah. Most of your attacks say stuff like, if you're dual wielding, it does 30% less damage. If you're dual wielding, it does, yeah. Most of them say 30% less damage if you're dual wielding. And you attack slower. It's still a damage increase after all said and done, though. And it's, depending on the skill, it's a big damage increase. You do a lot more damage dual wielding two-handers. The problem is, in the hard content in the game, you really do need a shield not to get smote. At least that seems to be the popular opinion. But I know there's a bit. I know Molten Titan dual wields, but it's a ranged build, so you know it doesn't care too much about his shield as much. And I dual wielded for a little while. It's really good for single target. It's just eventually you get to a point where you're dying too much and you gotta put that shield on. Happy holidays and all? True. For someone who usually goes to bed 1 hour from now, it's rare to catch you streaming your YouTube videos. I think it's AOE Rooster. Yeah, I was visiting family for Christmas, and so I acquired myself somewhat of a sleep schedule because I was around other people who inevitably have such a thing. And so this morning I woke up early, and I'm like, well, I could either do work or I could stream and have like a post-Christmas stream thing at a weird hour that normally I wouldn't be streaming, and maybe somebody might appreciate it. And so that's what I did. I was going to stream last night, but I didn't. That's it. That's the end of the story. I was working on something, and I kind of got into a, what do you call it? I got on a roll, and I didn't want to interrupt the roll. Alright, remind me not to do a 4 again. I didn't get much out of this. Max mana strength. Okay. Armor, huh? Life regen, it's dead. This asshole here. You go there. Hey, remember when I said I wouldn't do this anymore? I just did. But I already had it and it was in my inventory. What are you gonna do? Okay. What if these 3 bad ones were in fact a 1-socket good one? Nope. Nope, it's bad. It's fine. I get to spin the wheel again later. Alright. I actually don't want any of these 4s and 5s and 3s and all this crap. I don't want any of them. What can I turn them into? 4, 4, 4? 2 3s and stuff. I think I actually just sell all these. I don't care. You know what? Maybe somebody in the guild is brand new and they get to maps and they want some maps. Maybe we'll do that. Here you go. Merry Christmas. Stone Greave 219. Iron Greaves. Okay, so what I want is Stone Greaves in the future, not Iron Greaves. And then Iron Curious. I don't think I want either, but I'll put it here just to see. You're still using Rolling Slam in Act 3. Haven't gotten much further due to many rerolls. Oh, no big deal. Yeah, they just buffed Rolling Slam a lot. I find it like okay. The second hit is tricky to get hit right. Sometimes you move left or right, and I don't know. Rolling Slam has some goofy things to it, but they did make it better in that it does more damage. They also changed Supercharged Slam because Supercharged Slam was real bad. And they're like, okay, no one's using this. It sucks. We're going to improve it. And all the warriors were like, great. Okay, well, the problem with Supercharged Slam is it takes 15 years to wind up. And you're just standing there like a doofus getting attacked while this stupid move is winding up really slowly. And so it's too slow. That's why it's bad. And they're like, well, what if we make it even slower? Brilliant. Have you seen Crip's video about armor in PoE 2? The TLDR is bad. Yes. I saw that video, and I saw the follow-up video, and he's right, from my experience. Yeah, armor's bad. I have 82% armor. The cap is 90. I've gotten it to 90 before. I can equip stuff and respec into something like 25,000 armor if I want. Doesn't really do anything. Especially against the hits that you would want it to do something against. It really doesn't do anything. And it only works against physical. Whereas evasion works on everything. Energy shield works on everything. Armor only works on physical. So it's like bad already. And then stuff can crush through your armor, which makes it even worse. And nothing can crush through energy shield or whatever. And the big hits are like way less mitigated in ways that the other two aren't as well. So it's like, it's bad in like a million reasons. So I guess that's a downside. And I was noticing that. And so I recently unspec'd out of a lot of armor stuff and just put it into damage instead. It's very good against the little tiny hits that are randomly happening all the time. It's good against that. But so are all the other types of mitigation as well. Ziz's response video adds a bit of nuance though. I think it does and it doesn't. So in Ziz's response, he's like, it's not supposed to. That's Ziz's point. At least let me know if I'm summarizing him correctly. His point is, armor isn't supposed to block against everything. And because there's a dodge roll in the game, they want you to dodge roll those big hits. They don't want you to just tank them. And so armor's not supposed to tank the big hits. You're supposed to press the space bar. You're supposed to be good, right? Now, my counter to that is, well, then it's not good. Well, then it's not supposed to be good, right? If it can't take big hits, and it only works against physical, and it's not even supposed to, well, then it's bad. And maybe it's not supposed to be good, okay, fair, but, you know, where does that leave us? I think where that leaves us is, they probably have armor right where they want it. And what I imagine is, energy shield and evasion are going to get blasted. Because I think they want this game to be hard and kill you and stuff. And so energy shield is obviously overperforming, and evasion is overperforming. I think energy shield is overperforming an order of magnitude more than people even think it is. This isn't like, ooh, we're going to have energy shield numbers go 20% down. I think what might happen is like, energy shield is going to be, you can crush through it. It's going down by 60%. Like, I think they're going to destroy the other mitigation things. Possibly. I don't think it's that armor sucks. I think it's that armor is where they want it. And the other two are going to go there. Maybe. Or they'll just be, like, good. And, you know, armor is something that you kind of don't want moving forward. I'm not sure. But I imagine they kind of wanted this game to be Dark Souls, and it turned into PoE 1 really quick. it doesn't confront me too much. I'm not going to play Warrior when the game releases. Warrior has been fun. I like it. I often play Warrior-style things. But my true love in these type of games is Druids. Druids and Paladins, usually. And they're coming out with a Druid and a Paladin, so I'm going to like one of them on release. It should be fun. I sure like blowing up the whole screen, though. That's fun. Everybody likes that. You saw Nosferatu yesterday, not your favorite Roger Eggers film, but the vibes were great. Defoe is the man. Man, maybe I fucked up. Because my dad was like, hey, you want to see Nosferatu? And I'm like, no. And then I learned later, oh, it's an Eggers film. And Defoe is in it. Hey, maybe I do want to see it. It sounds like maybe you kind of don't recommend it, but maybe you kind of do. I just thought it was yet another, like, hey, remember Nosferatu? And I'm like, yeah, I watched it. I'm not really like a vampire guy. You know, we watched the silent film in class. It was great. You know, it was influential and all that. And this guy's whipping some multi-balls at me here. If you liked it, but it's not for everyone. If you like Eggers, I do. Okay, then it's worth a watch. Using the same energy shield and evasion will suck as much as armor, but maybe it's a better game for it. I think, you know, that's their vision, I think. They seem to be trying to make a difficult, deadly, slower ARPG. And it really was that in the campaign, and it really isn't that in the endgame. But I think this endgame was kind of just whipped together. We got more acts on the way. I think they might rein it in more than buff stuff. And if there's ever a time to do it, it's early access. Expert Gothic Quarterstaff Tier 4. Accuracy, crit, leech, life per enemy hit. Diablo 4 flashbacks, I suppose. I mean, if you get powerful enough in any RPG, it kind of turns into that, you know? Kind of turns into you're zooming everywhere and the whole screen explodes. Like, that's where you get. It's kind of like DBZ, where, you know, in Dragon Ball, every arc, the people you fight just become crazier and crazier until it's like, you're the strongest fighter in the world. You're the strongest fighter in the solar system. You're the strongest fighter in the galaxy. You're the strongest fighter in the universe. In multiple universes, like the power scaling just eventually becomes silly like that. And I guess it's only so long until that does become the case. But the impression I got is that they didn't necessarily want that, and we very have that. The problem is that that's fun, you know? The players like that, but it's like sugar in a certain respect. It's fun, but it's bad for you, which like cheating. You know, like using cheat codes. It's really fun to use cheat codes, but it's bad for you because it kind of kills the game long term. Well, not even long term, like mid term. I guess I could have rolled away from that big hit. Everything becomes arbitrary when you cheat is the problem. Yeah, I suppose. You always thought POE had an ancient Greek aesthetic, but this looks very Diablo-y to you. I didn't really play POE, so I can't say. POE 2 was extremely Diablo 2 so far. Like this game, especially playing through the campaign, where the first one is forests and a town, and then Act 2 is a desert, and then Act 3 is a jungle. It's very like, we want you to be thinking about Diablo 2 when you're playing this game. Because we clearly were thinking of it when we were building it. I don't think this is a criticism. I like Diablo 2. And it's clear that it's an homage, right? And not a ripoff. There's a lot of... actually a lot of Aztec stuff. Aztec Mayan. Alright, we're saving that one. Alright, there's a tower down here. Let's go here. If I'm adding to my damage 10, why not add 100? I mean, yeah, the numbers are arbitrary, I suppose, but I think it's a little poor form when you see... This is like when you play an RPG and you see how quickly the numbers get to 1,000,000. It's almost like the faster you get to 1,000,000, the worse the game is. Almost. I think it like speaks to underlying improper systems, perhaps. It's like a clue. It doesn't... It's not like causation or anything. It's just like a clue. Like if you're level 1 and the first time you hit any monster is for 100 and you get to level 4 and you're or 5 and now you're doing 1,000, it's like, okay, you have... The designers have no restraint at all and they're not thinking about the future. And they're letting a scaling percentile algorithm figure out what numbers things should do. It's just like a bad sign, I think. I'm not saying that's this game. I mean, sometimes it's commentary, right? Discworld, where you're doing, you know, giga damage because it's funny and it's like a joke. I suppose that's different, but... Damn, he lived through that? One thing I don't quite appreciate is how when you stun an enemy, he stumbles away from you. See that? It looks cool, and it feels good, right? Because you're so powerful. But mechanically, it means that I'm the melee guy attacking, and when I do what you're supposed to do, which is stun someone, they move away from you, you gotta run up and hit them. and you end up wasting damage that way. It's why you don't want knockback on your weapons if you're melee, because it's actually annoying. I wish you could turn that off. Also, you learn to fear the color purple. Purple's bad news in this game. That means chaos damage. Purple is the scary color. Not just in AOS. Reason 495 why AI would suck at making games. It would be designed to curve around a mean for higher rated RPGs. Yeah. Unless Knockback can do stuff like in Hades. I mean, they have some stuff like that in this game. Cast on crit, cast on freeze, endurance charges, which don't do anything natively, but you can apply stuff to it. I could see something like that. On a ranged character, Knockback is so good. Just on a melee, you really don't want that. You know, it's possible we're moving towards, speaking of AI and how numbers feel and stuff like that, it's possible we will be moving towards a... You know, homemade is a thing. Like, you get a table, and you could just buy a table at Walmart, and it kind of sucks, but they can mass produce it real easy, and so it's sort of cheap. Or you could buy a custom-made table that, like, a human being made, and it's, like, so awesome, but it's really expensive. That might be the case for, like, everything. Like, here's a video game, and one of its main advertising features is that it was designed by people instead of an AI. Like, this is a handmade video game. Like, a game developer made this game on purpose. Therefore, you should buy it, because that's a selling point. It's like a terrifically sad thought. But that might be where we're going. I'm seeing that on YouTube a lot. Maybe I should start advertising. Handmade artisanal YouTube video. It's not just someone typed into ChatGPT to write them a script and then had a AI voice read it over just like default footage. Instead, a human wrote it and a human spoke it on purpose. Maybe that's my niche. I would have to upload more than once every presidential election, though. Free range, organic, cage free YouTube. Very soon, if not already. Do I care about sevens? I don't think I do. I guess non-GMO would be the odd man out there, because that's a red herring. It doesn't matter at all. Whether or not there are GMOs in something, totally irrelevant. But everything else is, like, decent. Oh, that's an archer that shoots the purple things and can one-shot you. Very scary, this guy. That archer monster is so likely to kill you. What's your gaming weakness, i.e. lack of patience, genre racism, genre racism? My gaming weakness. Like, what am I bad at, I guess? Lack of patience, genre racism. Probably genre racism. Maybe it's platform racism, I don't know. If you're a game on a phone, I just don't care about you. You're not even a real game. You're not a video game. You're a psychological experiment that is made to, like, subconsciously extract money from people like a casino times a million. So whatever that is, I don't like that. I'm not playing that. I only like shooters and point-and-click adventures. Yeah, I don't know. But microtransactions, yeah, I don't like those. It's a pity we lost the war against those. We put in a good fight, but unfortunately, you can't beat $1 trillion. I know which genres I like and dislike. I don't know that that's genre racism exactly. Like, I don't really care for, what's it called? Like, I know I don't like MOBAs. I don't like RTSs, really. There have been some great RTSs over the years, but it's not a genre I really enjoy. Damn, this guy has a massive energy shield, and he's huge. This guy's fucking huge and crazy. Dude, when the monsters have it, yikes. Okay, those guys were kind of serious. I'm like trying to read chat and this guy is exploding corpses into bugs. I should have just paused it. They gave me a pause option. My fault. Oh, here we go. I know the real gaming weakness I have. It's called old. And my gaming weakness is old, which means used to have young man reaction times. Now I have old man reaction times. And I'm kind of not trying to participate in like multiplayer stuff. And so if your game is a multiplayer game, like a shooter where you have to play against the other team, or like yeah, so versus multiplayer games, I guess. I'm not into them just as a whole thing. As a young man, I was, and it was fun, and I was pretty good-ish. And I was a fucking dickhead, just like everybody else who plays those games, just to troll people and PvP and all that other stuff, right? But I'm not trying to play an extraction shooter. I'm not trying to play Fortnite. I'm not trying to play Overwatch, right? Like, I'm just I'm old now, and I like, if we're gonna do multiplayer, I prefer co-op, or just not, you know, just not. So I guess that's a true gaming weakness, is that I'm mellowed out now, and if I have to play with other people, I prefer co-op. Alright, I think we've about tapped out this map. Wait, there's one guy here. Hold on. Alright, now we have. Maybe I'll have a blue one and a. Hey, kind of nice. Your weakness is that you don't replay shit if you get a feature complete experience on a first playthrough. Some games you'll replay certain segments, like bosses in Metal Gear Rising, but you won't replay whole games. You just don't wanna. Okay. I don't know that that's like truly a weakness necessarily. It means, I guess, you spend more money in a certain sense because you keep buying new games to play, but it's not like it's going to break the bank with Steam sales and stuff. And if the person who likes to replay stuff is always playing a game, and you're always playing a game, it's sort of like whatever. Ooh, 3 7s, nice. And 3 8s, big. Which will turn into 9s, which will turn into 10s. Oh man, we're climbing the ladder. Absolutely huge. The pyramid scheme of these fucking things. Wait, let's keep the funny one. All right, and then 9. And then 10. Damn, look at that. We got an 11 out of all of that. Huge. Yeah, it only takes 4 million T1 maps to make one T15. You're right. Some games I've played once and I never want to play again, but I really liked it and I really recommend it. And some games I've played for 20 years and they're just... They do get old, but then you just stop playing them and then next year you pick it up again and it's brand new. It's one of those kind of things. Santa deals 49 damage on the charge every landing. Every year NORAD tries to shoot Santa from the skies and they fail. Yeah, Santa is huge. Only the biggest can go around the world and land that many mortals in one night. True. Give me the juice. More packs. Alright, more. More. Area contains an additional essence. Nice. I'll take it. Portal 2 is like that for you? You do a playthrough once every 3 years or so? What was a game I played through once and I never want to play again, but it was really fun? Nier Automata. But I did everything. Like, I played through it once, technically, but I got everything. Like, I did every ending. I did the super perfect final ending thing. So I guess it's technically more than once, but I did, like, everything. And I don't really want to revisit it, but it was one of my favorite games ever. Transistor is another one. I played through that. I really liked it. Don't really want to play it again, but I really liked it. And then there's games like Diablo 2 that I played on and off for like 20 years. So I guess maybe it depends on the game for me. You play through StarCraft every so often. Dragon's Dogma. Good game, but you will never play it again. You know, CJ bought Dragon's Dogma for me and Jupes, and we all played it. Sorry, Dragon's Dogma 2. I really need to mention that. I never played the first one, and I don't know anything about it. But after playing the second one, my condolences. Doom and Doom 2, I still go back and play those sometimes. Although, that being said, there's still new WADs put out for that thing. The last one I played was the House of Leaves one. My House. That was really good. I liked it. I'm gonna cancel that charge so I don't run into a million explosions. And they're working on a voxel Doom thing. And I never checked to see if they ever completed it. But one of these days I'll see if they finished voxel Doom and I'll go back and play like Sunlust or something with it. Should be sick. It's probably only timeless because I remember when it came out. but it's still remarkably playable. In ways that a lot of the maybe early 3D era of games kind of aren't. And some others. Any game that was mostly trying to show you how good its graphics were usually ages very poorly, for the most part. I guess that goes for movies too. Like I can watch a black and white movie that's really good, and it ages great. And I can go and watch an early 3D movie like Toy Story 1 or Jumanji with that awful shit, and just like, oh man, this doesn't work. Avatar 1, right? Oh, got me. I didn't notice the plants. I should have. My mistake. I thought I could sit there and hit him a little bit, but I didn't notice the plants. It's dead. And we got some blue ones too, just in case. Visual clutter claims another. Yeah. I mean, they gotta kill you somehow, so I'm not, like, too mad about it. They want the game to be deadly, and there's literally no other way to kill players that are allowed to get this strong besides secretly one-shotting you for the most part. Unless they just put hard gear walls everywhere, which maybe they want to do later, I'm not sure. You're going to push back on Avatar 1, the movie has great politics? I completely disagree. I thought its politics were the weakest part of the movie, besides maybe the acting. I don't want to super shit on it now that you said you liked it, though. But we'll say my main problem with the movie was its like children's view of politics. And it was so like on the nose and dumb. I don't know. Naturalist fallacy as a movie. It was brilliant the way it tied in sentiment against the Iraq War, though, which is one of the big reasons it did so well, I think. And that stuff was cool. But I found myself not sympathizing whatsoever with the aliens. I basically hated the aliens. And so I had like the most overt, we wrote all the humans as the most like comic book simply evil for evil's sake people ever, versus the least likable aliens ever. And so I didn't have really a side to root for. I was kind of rooting for the humans because at least they were funny. I wanted to see Earth. To be honest, I was watching Avatar and I'm like, please show me Earth. Have the entire movie set on Earth. with no aliens, and I really want to see what this culture is like. I want to see what Earth is like. You know? Can I not have a milquetoast, naturalism, kind of 60s version of environmentalism? Hold on, I'm going to press escape this time when I'm going to read chat. James Cameron is a busta, straight busta. You know he is, and I will defend him. Jim Cameraman, has made live-action anime since 1980. And he's based for that. Just because he makes awful Avatar movies now doesn't take anything away from that. The whole time you thought I was talking about Avatar: The Last Airbender. No, I'm talking about Jim Cameraman's Avatar. Avatar: The Last Airbender was great. For young adult media, Avatar: The Last Airbender was wonderful. The live-action adaptations were comically hilarious. They were so bad. Oh my god. Almost amazingly bad. Avatar struggled with none of these assertions are exactly wrong, but this way of presenting them is, we'll say, reductive. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Then again, I find that type of 60s environmentalism to be both like childish and at times a little sinisterly wrong in certain ways, especially like anti-nuclear stuff. You get that with 90s games a lot. Like Final Fantasy VII, you know, the Mako reactor stuff, and you get that kind of wishy-washy, sort of broad strokes, nature good, people bad stuff. When it's done really well, you can forgive it. Like with a lot of Miyazaki. Yeah, they actually called the mineral unobtainium, which is funny. I think it's a real term, maybe, but it doesn't matter. It sounds dumb. It has to smell. It has to pass the smell test of does this sound dumb? Can you think of a movie where the climax is helicopter full of not American army blows up the American audience cheers out loud? Yeah. Flight of the Valkyries plays in the background. Modern day Napoleon Jimmy the Canuck. Final Fantasy VII got more nuanced as it went through the whole plot, which is why I liked it. You know, the Midgar intro setting, that whole thing of FF7, I'm like, oh geez, I'm in for another one of these, you know? But it got more interesting. James Cameron should run for the president. At this point, might as well. They'll let any fucking asshole in there, I guess. Whether he's qualified or not. Actually, sure. Jim Cameron, he'd do a better job. Put him in. Who gives a shit? Which I guess is the sentiment that got the last few guys in, so maybe that's bad. You don't see the morals purely environmentalist, more anti-capitalist, resource extraction bad. Yeah, which is about just as dumb. Unless you want to invent your way out of it, which is fine, and I find stories like that to be a lot more interesting. You know, the post-scarcity Star Trek stuff, I find that to be a lot more interesting. Although there's so much Star Trek now that maybe I can't wrap it all in one umbrella. A lot of orbs here. Alright, so there's 2 ritual sites to go to. Jim the James Cameron. When are we getting Jeb Cameron? No, there's a president. Jeb Cameron. Lord of the Seas. It's all Jeb. I might as well do these while I'm here, right? Well, they create the purple things that blow up. That's a concern when my main ability runs random directions. I guess I have to basic attack these guys down. Oh wait, they blow up a half second after I stand on them. Okay, I'm learning. I'm learning the mechanics, so I could just run over them like that. Easy. Excuse me, where's the last guy? There we go. What do you got for me? Trash. I'll take an exalted orb, I guess. Sure, I'll take a single exalted orb. I've never seen anything good in those, but I mean, you don't try, right? I'm Frozor. This is kind of a bad base. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. Damn, 3 bonus aftershocks in a row. This ability is really good when you get the aftershocks in. Double belt? can get the omen that takes you to the King in the Mist boss fight. I think it's an omen. Oh, really? From the what do you call them? The things I just did? Can I live through this? Yeah. Well, then I'll do them. I mean, I was probably going to do them anyway, but... The King of the Mists? That sounds cool. Don't know anything about him. If I went there, I'd probably get one shot. I plan on going there. Should be fun. From the ritual. Boss drops a valuable belt called Ingenuity. I wonder what that does. What does that belt do? This is an awkward place to be doing this fight. I kind of don't want to charge because there's so much purple. Yep, I can't roll through it. Can I jump over it? Kinda. Ow. Alright, we'll find the other ones. I think there was one more over here somewhere. Oh wait, there's two more. Okay, I'm gonna have to search for these. I think we passed one. It makes the rings you're wearing have boosted stats by %. Cool, okay. So you're like, okay, my belt's not going to do anything, but my rings are twice as good. That's probably better in a vacuum, right? Because rings are generally just better than belts, I think. Belts can't really roll too much that's good on them. You can get resists, I suppose. You can get some armor, but that's not really a big deal. You can get charm slots, but charms are not great. Yeah. And it's both rings, too. That's sick. Imagine leaving the ultimate life flask on the ground. Imagine what life you could have if you just took a zip from it. I'm playing Path to Exile the day after Christmas. It's 1 p.m. I can't pick up ultimate life flask. I don't have one. Why did I get teleported there? Hurt. Oh. I should have dodged before that last greedy hit, huh? Well, no King of the Mist for me. Oh, I picked up a Colossal Life Flask.
Good job, King.
All the great games like Tier 1, 39 months. Hey, whoa. Thanks for being online when I nurse my Christmas dinner overindulgence. That's me. Got those leftover gaming. A crypt, huh? A hidden grotto? Dude, let's go to a crypt. What'd you have for that Christmas dinner? I made homemade danishes for Christmas. Some Door County cherry jam as the center part. And then just pretty good pastry dough with some sweet sugary buttery goo in between each layer. I put probably 2 layers in, well, 3 layers of pastry and 2 layers of stuffing. Kind of layered it on top as strips and then twisted them and then rolled them into a circle. And then they rose into a Danish looking thing, and then after that put the jam in the middle. Turned out really good. I'm going to keep the recipe. I'm going to do it again. I like to use Door County cherries because they're tart. They're less sweet and more tart than the classic variety. Sorry, had the cough. Big twist, yeah. The HeyWoah cooking channel when, excuse me, baking. I'm better at baking than I am at cooking. I'm alright at cooking, I guess, but Dad's better at grilling, Mom's better at cooking and baking, and then I'm pretty good at baking, but she's better. Baking is more science, you see, you know? It's just you're adding heat, it's a chemical equation. It's just chemistry. With cooking, it's a lot more touch and go, you know? But baking is science. And you can experiment and stuff. And when baking doesn't turn out, it's horrible. And when cooking doesn't turn out, it's possible to fix it. And I like bread and all bread adjacencies. I just think it's one of the best food types. Why did you want to go back there? All right, fine. Christmas cookies are also fun to make. Big fan. Probably my favorite ones are also pretty easy to make. I do it in a log and you freeze it. Well, you don't freeze it, you put it in the fridge. And then once it's cold, it hardens up and then you can cut it into discs from that log and then bake it that way. I keep trying to find ways of making it softer because I think hard cookies are an affront to God. A cookie shall be soft. If it's not, then I don't know what you're doing. I guess you can dip it in coffee. But anyway, those are my personal religious experiences. But anyway, the cookie type, you make the dough and put in oatmeal, chocolate shavings, a little toffee, and once again dried cherries. So it's kind of like an oatmeal chocolate chip toffee dried cherry cookie. And they're like kind of hearty, but also I find to be pretty delicious. Last time I made them, I tried to brown the butter, and it didn't. It did give it a little bit of a more smoky kind of brown sugary sort of flavor to it, which I appreciated, but they turned out harder. And I like my cookies to be soft, so I think I need to go back in and figure that out. Dip a cookie in toffee? What is this, hardtack? Well, I mean, that's what biscotti is, right? Which is basically why I don't like biscotti, because it's too hard. Yeah, you can dip it in coffee, I guess, but you can dip anything in coffee. Even stuff that's already good, you know? Toffee is high tier. It is. You gotta watch out for it getting caught in your teeth, though, which is the downside to toffee. So I try to get it good and melted in there, and in smaller shavings. What other Christmas cookies do I tend to like? There's also, I make it's a chocolate cookie. It's kind of halfway between, well, it's not really a brownie, but it has just a hint of brownie flavor and color to it. But that's the cookie base. And what you do is you get a Rolo. And so you make kind of a disc out of the cookie, and then you put a Rolo on it, and then fold over the cookie batter on top of it and bake it that way. And so it's sort of a chocolate cookie with a Rolo baked inside of it that, goos all over the place. And the fact that the Rolo is in there, it kind of keeps the cookie a lot more moist than it otherwise would be. Christmas baking tips and our favorite cookies with HeyWoah. Can this channel get any fatter? Holy. Yeah, grab the hot chalky. All right, 1 yellow, 2 blue, 2 yellow, 1 yellow. All right. Soon I can make another boot. Evasion rating, get out of here. Big 12, yellow 12er. I don't think I want to keep anything under 6. Probably not even that. Rarity, magic packs, bleed on hit, and max life has extra energy shield. Yeah, energy shield is annoying to fight through, that's for sure. Hey, guild people, please enjoy some maps. Give me the cookies, I'll eat them. Holiday television recommendation for you. Great British Bake Off. The only reality TV you can stomach. Huge competition and prize is regard. Okay. I don't have a TV and I don't watch it, but Good recommendation. Whoa, this isn't... There's no connection? Lost Connections, Path to Exile? Surely this isn't the end of the line. There has to be a secret connector. I believe. I believe. Skip the taco episode? Alright. Alright, this map is immediately kind of a big deal. We got shit flying everywhere. Alright. Can you please die? Alright, entire screen filled up with shit to pick up. This is too much loot. These are too many things dropping. Expert Temple Mall. Valkyrius. Somebody's attacking me. I'm just going to press this button. I can't see who's attacking me because there's too much loot. Superior, I'll take that. Another Iron Curious, sure. Okay, finally. Jesus. Armor, max life, regen, reduced poison duration. Hey, 50% ain't bad. Reduced poison duration, strength, armor, cold res. Okay. Increase rarity, strength, rage on hit. Extra rage also grants plus 1% increased armor. Well, if armor was good, that might be interesting, but I hate rage in this game. Rage in this game runs out like instantly. And yeah, you can spec into it running out slower, but no sir, I don't like it. Immediately clearing out my bags. Yeah, I do need a loot filter, you are right. I just haven't like searched for which one is the one that everybody says is good yet. I think it's Expert Iron. I think that's the one, that's the type that I want. This one regens life per second as an implicit, which is implicitly bad. I think this is the highest tier one. This is the second highest tier one. No, maybe this one is the highest tier one. Just rolled low on armor? I don't know. Oh, this is actually a normal Valkyrius. Interesting. I'm trying to feel like what I'm keeping to turn into shit later. I'll deal with that when I get to it. You linked it? Yeah, but it blocks links automatically. So just like type it. I can't turn it off right now. What's the thing called? Or do you mean you did it on Discord or something? Hold on, let me click. No. CDR POE2 loot filter. Okay, CDR. Hello. Okay, that's the one. Got it. I just brought it up. And you download from the GitHub page. Okay. Yeah, I will get it. And I wanted to, like, not play with a loot filter for as long as possible. To see how the game looked. Molded mitts. Absolutely molding. No, over here. Advanced Elite Great Helm. That's like a... That's a trick, that item. Because you're looking for expert tier stuff. And it's called Elite, which is close to expert. I'll take the superior stuff. I still pick up everything superior just so I get more of those things that increase the quality of your armor and weapons. Because I'm always low on those. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm not always low on them. I haven't found an upgrade for like 40 hours. But if I did... I would become low on them immediately. If that makes sense. Oh, I got it. I managed to click it. Very last moment. Now I gotta run back and pick up all that crap. Place in your documents, my games POE 2 folder. Okay. Yeah, I know that they built their game with the intention that you would probably want the loot filter and allow you to make them pretty easily. I think their goal isn't to have one. Like, they don't want it to be necessary. Because I think every game designer never wants it to be necessary to have a loot filter. Which makes sense, that they wouldn't want it to be necessary, but it always is. It's just one of those things. Wait, was that a good belt? Stun threshold? No. Stun threshold is a good stat, actually. Just not for specifically me. I have a lot of stun threshold because of passives. Makes mapping above 10 like 10 times faster for you, and you only get better and more customizable as the EA goes on. Yeah. Can you customize them, or are they just default setup? Like, if I want to see something or don't want to see something, is there an interface for that, or must I go in, like, Notepad and just change it? Let's charge this fire tornado. I'm built to charge fire tornadoes. I do not fear fire generally. I fear chaos, that's for fucking sure. And boss hits. But fire, I'm pretty good. A lot of talk about how bad Warrior is, but one thing Warrior has is we're good versus fire. In general. And it's because of this talent here. 25% of your armor also applies to fire damage taken from hits. That's a big deal. That's real. Notice it's from hits though, so if you're like ignited or standing on some ground like that does damage over time, this doesn't help, but heatproofing is one of the really sick talents that we have access to right along our main strip here. At the moment, it's Notepad, and POE 1 was a full UI at a website called NeverSync. Okay. I imagine they'll just get there, though. Like, that's obviously their plan. Is that they'll become like that. It's still early access. They're doing all the coding things you need to do. By the time the game comes out, I'm sure it'll be actually ready for release, which will be sick. And I mean, you won't need it in the campaign anyway, but still. People will need it probably 4 or 5 hours after the game comes out if they're Giga Blaster types, you know. Whatever, like Rob and Al Kaiser and probably Ziz and stuff like that. People you've heard of. Rax. The hoodie guy, Rax? I like that guy. I don't know anything about him really aside from he streams actually every day. Never misses a day. And he runs Max Roll, which is a highly decent... I wouldn't even say highly decent. It's possibly like the best website. At least for D2 stuff. That's what I know it from, is D2 stuff. Because I'm old, like I said. They have good build planners and generally good data and calculations. I don't know how good their POE 2 stuff is yet, but I'm sure they're working on it. As for their written guides and the people they hire to like write guides and stuff, I don't know too much about that. But Max Roll's a good egg. Can I jump over this wall? I can't. Is this the world's smallest map, or did I just... Oh, here we go. No, that's where it ends there, too. Well, maybe up here. I know the map is complete, but still. World's smallest map, just hyper dense. That's what everybody says they want, right? They're like, the maps are too big, we want more monsters. They might end up doing that, making the maps smaller. Because they are, like, fucking huge. I don't think that's, like, too, like, bad, really. If you really can't stand ever backtracking for any reason, I suppose it's worse for you. I don't mind that too much. As you can see, I like to just run around and pick stuff up. But then again, if you're trying to, like, completely blast, it's annoying to you. Josh Fisher, I was reading chat and I'm being attacked by bugs. Hold up. Merry Christmas, kind sir. Glad to catch a stream live for once in the UK. Yeah, I decided to go EU stream time. I guess, yeah, Europe stream time, aka in the morning. Because I happen to be awake and I'm like, well, we'll do a Christmas thing. Alright, I got 2 blues. 2 blues, 2 yellows. Do I want to keep expert molded around in case I find something better than these, which are admittedly very good? The accuracy rating on these is wasted because I can't miss, but I don't know if I'll ever find 30 strength, increased attack speed, and rarity, plus armor on anything again. I think there's some affix you can roll on a glove. Can you roll melee stat or +1 melee skill levels? I think you can. So I suppose that would be the better thing. That would be the possibility of a better thing. 12, 12, 2 12s. Bonus magic damage, increased magic monsters. What if it was stronger? Increased pack size? Let's go, the big packs. We're cracking packs. Here you go. Guild stash, have some maps. And that really is the end. It just stops there. I gotta get here somewhere else. So fair enough. I think you should be able to zoom out farther here. I want some more navigation options besides just like click here to go home. Maybe I could work my way over here. I'm actually aimlessly wandering around the Val factory. No bonuses over here, though. I suppose I have to get to them first. There's a lot of towers. Maybe I start here. Or here. Work my way to the tower. And then just open this part up. Yeah, I'll start here and we'll work our way to the tower. That's a lot of purple. I guess I could have just attacked that guy. Max energy shield, huh? No thanks. When do those guys wake up? That's a lot of purple. Ow. Ouch. The freeze. I don't think I want to try another character. Oh no, purple. Like, the classes I'm excited for aren't released yet. And I can watch other people play. And see if I like other stuff. Which seems pretty cool. I like, I'm not like, how do I put this? I'm not like a minion class player or anything. But I got stuck on the wall during the charge animation and ate all of the chaos things. Yeah. That will sometimes happen when you use charge. I guess I could have rolled. Maybe? Alright. My bad. Monsters are evasive. And some rarity. Hey, you got me. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I'm not like a minion class player exactly, but I always like to have a minion character. Just as a little vacation. Usually it's the alt that I try to give all the crazy gear to. It's like a fun playstyle because it's so relaxed and easy, generally. Actually, usually minion builds are terrible. Because if they made minion builds good, it would be like way too easy. That's sort of like the... I guess that's the problem with minion builds, usually. In a vacuum. Is that if you make them good, then it's too easy because you don't play the game your minions do. At a certain level. But I played a little bit of Witch and it was fun. It was super easy, but it was fun. That's the point of a minion build, is that they play for you. I wonder if Druid's going to be like that when the game comes out. I suppose Druid historically does have minions, like wolves and stuff following you around. Actually, maybe this might... Anybody play POE 1 here and play... Is there a Paladin in POE 1? I know that I think classes are a little less defined, because you can just go and... You can kind of go anywhere and use whatever people's skills and stuff you want, seemingly. But is there a Paladin in POE 1, and how does it play? Is, I guess, my question. Or something like it, I guess. There's a Templar thing in PoE 1. Is it like a bunch of auras? Is it melee? Kind of like Diablo 2, or... I guess, what is it like? It's hard to probably answer what it's like when you can build it in any number of ways. But... Strength int, you can do aura stacking. Okay. That's cool. I like aura stacking. So kind of like... I know Monk has a lot of auras. Sorta. Real fun class of the Shadow Dex int character. What's that? That sounds like a Jupes character to me. I don't mean to cast aspersions. But Dex int called Shadow sounds like a Jupes character. It can do traps and stuff. It's the assassin from D2. That's cool. Does it have combo points and stuff as well? No combo points. The guy has the best lines in the game. Oh, I imagine. Really leaning into the role. Okay, so I could go all the way over here, or I could go all the way over here. Let's head down first, shall we? And Druid is strength int, right? That sounds interesting as well. Maybe not mechanically, since armor seems to be bad, but perhaps after the balancing, everything will be bad. Because you're supposed to dodge. Can I leap? Nice. Alright, this is a big map. The voice lines for Warrior are like, meat creature. You won't escape. I'm big. You were not a warrior. So like, the voice lines are bad, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, but the meat creature thing is funny. We got one thing. We got one funny thing. Alright, I will work my way towards that guy eventually. I have this chest. 80 gold, whatever. Backside of the TV, great name as always. Thanks for the 8 months. You missed a month? Fuck. Fuck. It's okay. I almost missed a month too. We're even. Thanks for stopping by in the early day stream. More POE. This is a taste. This is the taste of the type of degeneracy that I will be forcing you guys to watch. Well, I guess I can't force you to watch anything because it's your choice whether you show up, but you kind of know what I mean. When this game fully releases, I might as well call it a subathon because I'm going to be playing this shit for like a week straight. And I might as well stream the whole thing. It's going to be sick. I'm really enjoying myself in early access. 2 classes I'm excited about are coming out on game release. Surely they'll change a lot and fix a lot. Surely. Anyway, when this game comes out, I'm playing it for like 1,000 hours. It's going to be great. Map complete. Twitch gave you back your streak. Oh, nice. You got it back. Hey, maybe there's still hope for Backside of the TV in that case. Did I miss anything? I missed here and here. I mean, there's probably nothing, right? Like, does it matter? Alright, I'm going to go there, and I'm going to click on a chest. And something so incredible will drop that it'll make it all worth it. That's the narrative. Alright, the narrative is thinning. Chances decreasing. We're supposed to get Druid during EA. If you recall correctly, they have 2 shapeshift forms completed, but not the 3rd. Oh. Damn, I thought Druid was on release. If it's during early access, I wasn't emotionally prepared for that. Because Druid's my jam, usually in ARPGs. Which is weird, because I don't like Druids in any other RPG. Usually, I find Druids to be boring. And stupid. Sometimes even lame, you know? But in ARPGs, they're like awesome. Or they have a chance at being awesome, I guess. Increased rarity, increased fire damage, max life, more rarity, int, mana regen, light radius. Okay. Have they nerfed rarity of items found yet? I mean, I think we can all admit it probably shouldn't work on... Like, it probably shouldn't apply to currency. But hold on, now I'm thinking about it after saying that out loud for the first time. And maybe I have a different opinion now. So okay. I really like having a 3rd axis of gear to juggle, right? Because in ARPGs you have a lot of times you have a straight line, and you're being pulled in 2 directions. And the 2 directions you're being pulled is damage and survivability. Right? And I like for there to be a 3rd. And so I like Magic Find. Because you want to go all the way to damage, just in a vacuum. Which is kind of greedy, but if the game is deadly enough, then you have to care about defense, which is good. And then there's a separate axis of pure greed that you can go in for Magic Find, which I kind of like. But if any one of them becomes too good, it's obviously a problem. I think applying to currency is probably the thing that it shouldn't do. But in this game, currency is everything. Things that drop are terrible. Things that drop are just bases. I actually don't think there's ever been a piece of loot that dropped that I just equipped because it was good. You always build something out of it. And so if rarity doesn't apply to currency, then it just applies to whatever, like, garbage-ass bases that drop. And who cares about those? So if it doesn't apply to currency, is Magic Find bad? Is this a pickle where if it applies to currency, it's too good, but if it doesn't, it's useless? I don't know. Maybe the numbers just need to get tweaked a little bit. So I'll be coming back up. A little early stream today. The flats. All right, we're going towards the tower. And we're saving the boss as always. Happy Hanukkah to all who celebrate. I don't, but I have an old friend who does. I haven't talked to him in like 5 years, but he's still my friend. You know those kind of friends? Maybe this is a guy thing. Maybe this is a hermit thing. Maybe it's just a type of person thing. But I have friends that I haven't talked to in like 5 years, but they're still my friends, and if I ever came across them, we would pick back up where we left off, like not a day has gone by, you know, that kind of thing. We're just not always yapping on the phone or communicating or going over to each other's houses or anything anymore. Maybe it's a type of person. Some people need that constant reinforcement, you know? And I don't mean to cast it in a light like it's a confidence thing or anything, but as an outsider, that's kind of how it seems to me, maybe. Is like, I need constant reassurance that I'm still your friend, you know? And if I don't get that, then I start to get in my own head about things. And it seems tiresome to me to be like that, but I guess you can't control at a fundamental level how you are. I suppose you can, though, really, but whatever. Anyway, some people are like that, I think. Anyway, long story short, Jewish guy I used to know, went to college with. Nice guy. He did the Hanukkah thing. Which fundamentally is just another, like, everybody celebrates and gives each other presents. Like, at the end of the day, that's what they all are, right? Unless you're, like, super religious, which, you know, he's not, and I don't know anyone who is, but they exist, surely. Cruel Ganaw. Alright. They're out of here. Immediately understand before you finish the thought about friends you rarely talk to. Yeah, maybe it's part of getting older too. You know, when you're young, your friends are the people that you're always around, and they kind of become your friends somewhat because of being always around them in a certain way. And then you know, you grow up. People they graduate, they move away, they get wives and kids and dogs and responsibilities and new jobs, second wives and fourth kids, and, you know, you just can't be around them all the time anymore, or even ever, except once in a while. And it's just, that's how it is. That's life. Definitely almost died there. Which I guess would also be life. Ooh, this is a dangerous area. This is a dangerous area. Can I hit this? Can I click this hand, though? Can I leap? Ooh, I'm caught on something. That's a lot of explosions I'm running into. Alright. Chances of me dying there was kind of high, but we made it. Through pure luck. Is that a big monster? Sir, are you big? Not big enough to survive the hammer. Alright, now we enter the picking shit up phase. I kind of lost track of where I ran here from, but alright. Breach stuff. Like the Endless from Sandman, you just hang out once or twice a century. Yeah, exactly. It's a big debate right now. Is Magic Find bad? GGG clearly thinks Magic Find is good. You think it's bad if it makes sense to make your character significantly weaker because of Magic Find. I suppose you're double dipping. So like, game design wise, if you don't have Magic Find, then stacking damage is Magic Find. Because you stack damage, ignore defense, and then do maps that are slightly easier than you should be, so you could blast through them. Which means you kill more monsters and get more loot in the same amount of time, and with that quantity, there comes the quality of quantity, right? And then if you do have Magic Find, instead of stacking pure damage and doing easier maps for a higher quantity, you sacrifice something and get Magic Find and still probably do easier maps than you should and then get more loot. I'm being really simplistic, I guess, but... And basically always the thing you sacrifice for Magic Find is defense. It's the most cuttable thing. I don't know if that's fundamentally a problem or not, but... By good, you mean good for the game, right? Not good as in worth stacking. Because I feel, maybe my perspective is off, but I feel right now it is definitely good. Like, it's probably worth just blasting rarity. Which is probably the point. I guess I'll go this way. You know what? I got a good feeling about left up here. I mean, maybe they just make it half as effective or whatever. It's like a boring solution, but it's possible. The numbers are just not tweaked right on it. And that's the kind of data you can collect in an early access. Maybe it's something more structural. Maybe it's a bigger problem. And it needs to not work on currency. Which would be a massive blow to it. I guess, thought experiment, if rarity didn't work on currency, is it awful now? Is it like legitimately bad at that point? I think yes. Hesitantly, I say yes. If it doesn't work on currency, then I actually don't think I care about rarity percent whatsoever. Because nothing that drops is good. The way you get good gear in this game is by getting bases to drop and then luck sacking through a casino to fashion something great out of it. So if it didn't work on currency, then it's like it doesn't do anything. I mean, you don't even really want rares, right? Or not rares. What do they call them in this game? Artifacts, legendaries. What do they call the orange ones in this game? Whatever they call those. I've probably seen 200 different epic items, and they're terrible. Unique, that's it, yeah. They're just horrible. I've seen good ones, mostly the ones that drop off of final boss guys. Like, those are like crazy, you know. There's some chest plate that gives you bonuses for each thing you have socketed in it, and it can have up to 6 things in it. And someone was talking about some belt that doubles your rings. That's good. There's a helmet that increases all of your attributes by a maximum of like 20%. That thing seems crazy. There's onslaught helmet, which is really good. I think there's a shield that's super good, but basically that I'm naming like 20 things. There's like 500 uniques. I've probably seen well over 100 uniques so far, and they're like horrible, just useless. And so I don't even care that this thing dropped. Veiled Mask, it's bad. I don't know what it is, but it probably sucks. Let's find out. Let's find out together. Watch me be proved wrong right now as this thing is accidentally amazing or something. We'll see. Okay. Moment of truth. Increase crit chance. Dex, int, critical hits, poison the enemy. Yeah. I don't think I care. So if you're in a build that always crits and is also a poison build, do you want this? Maybe? I don't know, man. I don't think so. I don't know why I picked that thing up. Anyway, point is, it doesn't matter that you increase the drop rate of like uniques, because most of them are bad. Or possibly even the overwhelming majority of them are. It'll make an amazing chance shard, yeah. That's what I use them for. I always pick them up and then I destroy them into the little shard thing. So I have a bunch of those shard things. You got Belantro for Christmas, and while the aesthetics are a 10 out of 10 for you, you don't know if the gameplay loop feels fun. Like, it's just poker. But with, like, funny jokers and other cards to make the number go up. Since I haven't played Belantro, I don't have a frame of reference here. I don't know if you're right or not. Greater Jewelers? Huge. I've never seen the highest level drop. Massive. Mana modifiers? Where did I put those? I put them somewhere. Here, in the second page. There's a 12. 11 there. It's a shame that it rolled that one on the first one. I put all these here, even though they're not good. It's neat that you can level the thing up to 50. That's cool. Currently spending your second night of Hanukkah making stupid Phyrexian magic cards based around oil counters. Cool. I'm starting to get too many of these. I'm going to have to start doing these. I was like just putting them all in the bank and I'm like, I'll do it later. Well, maybe it's becoming later. This shit sucks. But maybe POEing and you're usually a Sigmar bro. You never messed with magic, but you're a dad now and wondering if anyone has played Lorcana. I have not. You're wondering if it's decent beyond the Disney skin. I don't know. Yeah, can't say. Soothsayer, not sure. I don't know if I've heard anything about it. Which is actually probably a good sign because bad news travels fast. So if Lorcana was terrible, I probably would have heard about it. Maybe? I don't know. It's not a bad sign. Just downloaded POE 2 today. What's your one piece of advice? Not going to be following any builds, but you were just curious. One piece of advice, huh? Okay. I'm going to tailor this to, like, probably anyone leveling up. POE is... Have you played POE 1? Well, regardless, I haven't, so... If you have, then you probably know everything, but sword bar. You're going to get these things as you level up. These are your craft... They're for crafting. Orb of Transmutation turns a normal into a magic. When you find out what kind of bases you are supposed to use for your class, then go ahead and toss this on basically all of them. Now, if the first roll is exactly the stat you want, then continue to this one, the Orb of Augmentation, which adds a second random modifier. All this stuff is casino luck sack, all right? And they get rarer as they go up. Transmutation, if that thing rolls the exact affix you're looking for, like phys damage, for instance. I always want physical damage on my two-handers. So click this and see if it rolls it. And if it doesn't, then just throw it away. Orb of Augmentation, if you roll the second thing and you need both of those things, like they're both good, then go up to Regal Orb. If it doesn't, throw it away. This is just for, like, because you don't get a lot of Exalted Orbs, you don't get a lot of Regal Orbs. So kind of like, be really picky with what you use your gold things on. Oh, you have played POE 1. Okay, well then you probably know all that. You probably know all that then. I'm just saying don't blast all your orbs and then always be out of them. Be a little picky. Like, liberally use the early ones, but be picky for the rest of it. Just so you don't run out of them. Also do everything. I don't know. Wait, that's the wrong button. I can't remember what's the button for... I never bring this menu up anymore. Not K, U. I changed it. Okay, anyway, so when you're going through the world, I was looking for the map. Jesus. All these little things, the King of the Mists, plus 30 to Spirit, the Bloated Miller. You got these little like skulls and Renly's Workshop, Una's Hut. Do every one of those always as you're leveling through the acts. Make sure to do all of these always. And over here, there's a button you can very easily miss. Click to go above or below ground. Make sure you got the below ground ones too. You'll notice I don't have this one because it's bugged. And I killed him and it didn't update because it's early access. There are a few of those throughout, but make sure you do all of the other ones because you could very easily miss like 30 to Spirit, which is hugely important. Or 2 weapon set passive skill points that you just wouldn't have otherwise. Or, you know, that kind of stuff. Just to make sure you don't miss like passive bonuses. Do all the stuff. If you're playing on hardcore, anytime you kill anything, don't loot it. Because chances are it's going to explode and kill you. The game really likes to kill you with on-death effects. Monsters dying and then exploding is extremely common. The screen is filled with shit and you happen not to see like a little tree branch that has a purple thing on it, you're dead. So it likes to kill you with that stuff. Especially leveling up through the campaign, they really did want it to be kind of like Diablo 2 Dark Souls. There's a mode in POE 1 that you might recognize called, what is it? Is it Relentless? Revengeance? Something with an R. Where it's harder to get drops, everything does more damage, it's like harder. That's basically what POE 2 is that mode. Once you get up into endgame, you start blowing everything up and the whole screen explodes and it becomes like what ARPGs tend to be, but at least during the campaign they're like, slow down, this game's supposed to be hard, you're supposed to dodge roll out of the way of stuff, you know. And I think they really do capture that pretty well. When you get high level, it's ridiculous, but I suppose that's unavoidable. Oh, another thing, use WASD to move. When you just start the game, it's going to be like, do you want to use WASD to move? Or do you want to click your mouse like it's still 1999? And definitely use WASD. And just like get used to it. It's for sure the way to play. This is coming from old man guy me, who has never done that before. Like, this is the first ARPG I've played on this type of movement. But you just click the button and you'll get used to it and it's way better. In POE 1, and seemingly it's shaping up to be the same in POE 2, it makes sense to have one copy of each unique because someone might invent a cool idea and build around it. Yeah, I saw that in the store. Alright, in the store. There's, where is it? Stash tab. There's this thing. Unique collection tab. And it holds one of each unique item. So this is, you're doing your Grail run, like in D2, like a D2 Grail run, which is cool. And so probably just get this thing and put one of every rare in it, or one of every unique in it, as you find them. That's what I plan to do on release. Since these characters are getting wiped, I don't care. Well, they're not getting wiped. They're going to their own zone, which no one can ever move to again, which is basically wiping them. It's fine. But yeah, I'm going to probably buy this thing when the game comes out. And just keep one of everyone, like you say, Meganosh. I like doing Grail runs anyway. I've done 2 of them in D2. So it's nice to do it in a new game. I won't have to farm the pit for 600 hours looking for Tyrael's Might. That'll be nice. I'm sure I'll spend an equal amount of time farming something, because that's what these games are for. Can I jump over here? Yo, I could jump over here. Let's go. So often you cannot leap over stuff that I'm always surprised when you can, and pleased. In this game, this jump, you don't actually jump over projectiles and stuff. They still hit you. I learned that one real early. Where I tried to jump towards some spellcaster, and my leap went over one of those like water orbs, and it just killed me in midair. I'm like, okay, leap doesn't make you don't have iframes as a leap. Now I know. I think stone greaves are what I'm trying to get, right? Superior, I'll take that. Seven quality, nice. Big. Ooh. Max life. Any movement speeders? Rarity, okay. I don't think I'm gonna build an item from 0, though. Good try. Alright, now that I'm running out of places to put these, I'm gonna have to start doing these in future. Alright, 3 of these can make those. Whoops. Oh wait, I have to put a thing. I gotta put a thing in it. What kind of thing do I want to put in this? I got a new type that I've never seen before. A ritual altar one. So we got breaches, ritual altars, deliria, and expedition. Let's do expeditions. Let's have there be expeditions around here. Nice. We'll do a tower. That's a deadly 12. There's a lot of shit on that thing. This might be dangerous. This is the only way to go. Fine. I just gotta do it so that I charge, like, into the room. Doesn't charge into the room. These prowling specters, they go invisible. I can see you. There you are. I can see it. It's a big shield. 83 max life. Good start. Ow. Lizard scale buets. Alright. No, it's advanced. Never mind. 21 movement speed, increased evasion rating, dex, and physical damage is pinning. It's pinning. Hey, alright. I thought there would be men. Nice jewel. Oh, here. Alright. I don't want to, like, move away from it too much because that's probably going to be the actual end right there. It's the wide stare. Wide stare, always good. Wide staring. Map complete. But I still want to clear the stuff out. Did I get him? Nope. Not quite. Oh, purple stuff. It only needs 65. I feel like that's not the thing to pick up, but I can never remember what the good body armor is. The highest armor body armor thing is. Oh, it's a weird way that I gotta get to this area now. Over and down. Oh, there's one here. One more remains. Start picking up crap I don't want just to destroy or sell. Alright. POE 2 DB for item bases and available mods. Yeah, I gotta look at that. More so for release probably, but I gotta look at them to see like what's possible. I mean, that's generically not bad. Elemental ailments are annoying. I don't know what the math behind it is. But it sounds like something I don't want to have happen to me. Accuracy with bows? Yeah, I don't care. Nope. Nope. Expert iron. 3 expert irons. Alright, what do we got? I mean, bonus armor, increase armor is cool. Even though we just learned that armor sucks, it's still the stats I want on a chest armor. That's kind of nice. Oh, hold up. 30 strength. Okay, kind of nice. That's a really low max life roll. But it's technically max life. Man, this has like all the things I want in bizarrely small rolls. That must be what the tier 1 thing you're talking about is. I'm just gonna like bank this thing. And then this thing's dead. Any new yellow? Lightning damage, accuracy, mark skills have increased cast speed. Okay. Cool. There's a non-zero chance they buff the shit out of armor. You're purely guessing. Yeah, I mean, it's possible they buff the shit out of armor because it kind of sucks right now. I think it's more likely that they nerf the shit out of everything that isn't armor, but it could happen, you know. It could happen. I'm not gonna throw everything away, right? Oh yeah, I gotta put a funny tower thing. Maybe breaches, maybe even yet more. Wait, alright, I already have expeditions. What's close by? What do I already have? There's 1 breach, 2 kind of discovering a continent over here. There's another thing down here. I could do the thing that adds breaches to everything. There seems to be already a lot of the swirly whirlies. What are those again? Expeditions, yeah. Which is what I did here. I mean, let's add breaches to all this shit, right? Everybody likes breaches. Those are fun. I'll do the 9. I'll do the 9 in range. Have you played with anointing amulets? You can add a passive tree notable to your amulet. Yeah, I started looking into what passive I wanted to potentially anoint. But I don't have a lot of the things. What are they called? Deliria. I have... Somehow I got 14 distilled ire, 9 guilt, and then like 1 of everything else. And I know you can look on the passive tree and be like, I want polished iron. So you hold Alt and it says paranoia, guilt, despair, and that like becomes that. And I was just beginning to look throughout the entire table and be like, man, what's one singular node that would be really cool to have? I think there was one. Yeah, I was thinking about maybe this one. Acceleration sounded good to me. Movement speed, skill speed. What was another one? There was some other one somewhere. I can't remember what it was though. One of them was one of the movement speed, attack speed ones, because those are just always generically good in the green area. What was another one? Oh, I was wondering if there was an equivalent to this one, except for lightning or cold. Maybe. Like if there was a heat proofing except for some other thing. I kind of like something like this. I mean, it's only 1%, which isn't huge, but you can also anoint over a previous anoint. Oh, really? I assumed you couldn't because you can't even take out gems out of, or runes out of sockets, so I figure you couldn't overdo it. Well, the fact that you can is quite notable. It means I get to play around with it. Anyway, I'm going to have to look at the entire tree and figure out what I want to put on it. My amulet is good. Even though I don't use mana and I don't use energy shield, so it has 2 dead stats, it's still really good. It gives me a lot of spirit, level to melee skills, strength, and cold resist. And cold resist used to be my lowest resist. Now it's my highest because that's what happens. I guess now that I look at it, it just gives me a shitload of spirit, really, at the end of the day. But I use all that spirit. I got a lot of passives. I like Time of Need, I like Herald of Ash, I like Overwhelming Presence, and I even kind of like Scavenge Plating, I guess. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to have to look into those and see what some cool node would be to press. Actually, I bet... Can you do that to this node? You can't. Okay. Actually, Polymathy is a good one, probably. Look at all the points I would save if I didn't have to move all the way over to Polymathy to be able to equip my one-handed two-handers. I would save like 20 points or something, and then I can put those elsewhere in good shit. So maybe that's an option. But I don't have any of those. I think I have 0 of all 3 of them. Anyway, it's something to think about and tool around with. Yeah, it requires this one, and this one, it looks like. Can you 3-to-1 these? I tried 3-to-1ing... these things, but you can't. But you can 3-to-1 way maps and gear and stuff. You can, okay. Well, there's just no reason I would ever need 14 distilled iris, right? So I could very easily 3-to-1 these things, and maybe even like one of these. and see what pops out, since I have so many. So we got the greed. And then yet another guilt. Okay. And yet another guilt. Okay. And another greed. Okay, we're getting a lot of greeds and guilts, huh? I can do this one more time with that guy. Another guilt. Okay. Guilt seems common. And my character is fucking guilty. Okay, well, all that, and I got some more greeds, I guess. No big deal. I suppose you could probably do that with these too, huh? How do you get the greater ones? Is it a random off of the 3-to-1? Yeah, they progress left to right. I figured. So you would get a bunch of ire and guilt, right? I feel like these should stack, right? If they're the same level. That would probably be just a real quick thing. You know, these should probably stack. Anyway, I like this window. This is a very good buy. The gem window is pretty good. This window is really good. I don't think you actually need essences or delirium windows. The stash, I don't think you need these. Maybe on release you will, but I'm talking about the stash page. You don't get enough of them to matter. I don't think yet. Anyway, it's almost 3 o'clock. 4-hour stream, not bad. I gotta eat some lunch. Chat. Thanks for stopping by in the chill. HeyWoah Radio POE's game's fun. When it comes out, I'm gonna play it for a week and stream 200 hours. See you guys later. For next stream. TY for watching. Carry Mistbus. You know.